Okay. Think that may have fixed things. Okay. OBS is seeming kind of laggy. Just a little bit weird. That's Warabu. He's kind of a villain. He kidnaps your sister. There he goes. Kidnapping your sister. Into a drawer. Because that makes sense. This is Watabu. He tells you to come along with him. Yep. Encyclopedia Monsters, author unknown. You do get a chance to come back here eventually. And that changes. Alright. This place. We are not going to be back here anytime soon, but we will be spending a ton of time here. We are in the Kingdom of Great Tree. It is exactly what it sounds like. It is a kingdom inside of a giant tree. Starry Temple at the bottom is where you do all your monster breeding. There's a library for everything you've caught. There's a farm at the top. Where all your monsters that you're not using stay. There's the king. Alright, you can pick a name. Perry is the default. But... there we go. So, you can either have Perry, the 5-letter name, or any 4-letter name. Because character limits. They want us to beat a tournament. Because somehow tournaments decide things between kingdoms here. Also, you get a wish. Alright, we are going to go upstairs and ask for monsters. Hopefully nothing has gone awry. Something has gone awry. So right now there's only one monster. It is a level 1 slime. With 0 int. Okay. Oh, thank you for the lurk. Some monster thieves broke in, stole all the monsters except for the slime. And everything else escaped. So now we have to go and find Hale, the king's slime. Who is not a king slime. Alright. We're gonna make sure the Monster Farm guy does not get thrown in prison by going and finding the king's Hale slime. It's a healer slime. Spoilers. For a... When was this made? 20-ish years ago? $1998 was the original release. So, 27 years ago. Okay. Now I feel older. Great. Alright. So, this guy will heal you every time you come back from a Traveler's Gate. We will discuss what that is in a second. These are jesters. Yeah. Magical holes in the ground that send you to other worlds. Okay. You get a map that only works when you're in a Traveler's Gate. And it only shows you where you've been. Alright. Gonna get a free herb. And another free herb. There's some books. Great Tree is a kingdom built inside of a big tree. All the other kingdoms are also built in trees. They all have something called travelers. monsters live in the little Traveler's Gate worlds. And during the tournament, trees will grant wishes to whoever wins the tournament. The other kingdoms are Great Log, which is inside of a giant palm tree, and Dead Tree, which is inside of a rotting tree. We don't deal with Dead Tree very much. Monster tamers are able to speak monster, which is what we do. And every tree has a spirit that is linked to it. Wadaboo is this one. Waraboo is Great Log's spirit. So, we know our sister has been taken by Great Log. We'll figure that out later. Alright. Into the first Traveler's Gate. I did a little bit of testing earlier, which is why there's a save. Okay. Alright. So, first big empty map. We got Drakis, they're a bird-type monster. Means they get fast, because that's what they do. They don't have really high other stats, but they are fast. Alright, it has joined us. That is just a random chance after every fight, whatever the last monster you knocked down was. You can manipulate those chances a little bit by giving them meat treats, but at the current point we are not going to be using meat. And it is a female Draki, which is important for later. And you can have them pick their own names if you want. Leaf. Anteaters are a beast-type monster. They get really good attack. And that's about it. And he wants to join? Yes, you can join. Always good to have more monsters. What is going on? Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and heal this one, because I don't want it to die in a single hit. Okay. So, fun thing. Not in this level, but in future levels, when Monster Masters start showing up, you can manipulate the RNG to trigger certain ones to show up. And the one you really want to show up is the Bard. All the time. The Bard is always the best choice. Because the Bard, if defeated, will give you a special medicine that raises the stats of your monster by 20 points, but only for whatever their lowest stat is. So if their lowest status is Int, it'll add 20 Int. If its lowest status is Defense, it'll add 20 Defense. And so on. Wildness is not one of the stats it will raise, because raising Wildness is a bad thing. Wildness is their chance to disobey you, and it goes down the more you spend time with the monsters. Or feed them meat. It's basically the, oh, you received this monster in a trade from Pokemon, but it's a stat you can actually manipulate. Alright, this is our exit. We're going to go down a level. Alright. Different monsters have different growth rates. Slimes usually have good HP and, depending on the species, speed growth. Some of them get better defense, but that's specific ones. But in general, every type of monster, like beast, material, slime, birds, they all have like growth trends based on their type, and then specifics based on their species. Like birds get generally really low stat growth in everything except agility. But it varies quite a bit. Beasts tend to get better, like, attack and HP growth. Alright. We are on field 2 of 4. So that means there's 4 maps and then a boss. And I don't remember whether or not it does it on this one, but when you get to the last level, you will know. We're gonna go ahead and head to the last level. So in every other map but this, on the last level the music changes. I do want to level up a little bit more before we go and fight the boss. But I also gotta be careful not to have anything die while we're doing that. Yeah. The OBS program seems very laggy for some reason. Let me know if things sound or look weird, because I can't quite tell. Because it might just be, like, the display looking weird. Now, the monster we will be fighting is not particularly strong, but it is one of the more annoying things to fight because it's a healer. And if you can't damage it enough to outpace its healing, the fight will take forever. So I think... Actually, yeah. I think we're good. He's not too difficult. And he is a good idea to keep on your team. Early on, at least. And the good thing about this game is most of the bosses, if you beat them, will join you. I say most. There's a good chunk of them that will, there's a good chunk that won't, and there's one that you have to work to get it to join you. So what we need to do is about 50 damage before he heals. Or a crit. There we go. We are going to take him into the party. Leave the name as it is. Yes. Take it with us. We're going to get rid of the Tracky. Alright, back to the castle. Oop. And... be gone, bot. Alright, we've brought back his monster, but his monster wants to join us. And he's okay with that. And Monster Farmer is no longer going to be put in prison. So... now we need to go and do the arena stuff for a while. And this is basically the game loop. Do Traveler's Gates to unlock arenas, do arenas to unlock Traveler's Gates. Yeah, you can only save in certain safe areas, like the town, or very specific levels in the Traveler's Gates. You can't just save anywhere there's monsters. So, this is the arena. The people that are over here are going to be important later. Warabu has put graffiti on the barrels. Good things will happen if you beat the Goopy 5 times in a row. So yeah, where is it? So, monsters you can either command them directly with this, or let them choose based on their personality. Telling them to charge, they'll go all out on attack. Mixed will throw in like support buffs, debuffs, that kind of thing. Cautious will focus on defensive skills and healing. So it's always a good idea to have one monster that's focused on healing and then the other two destroying things. Alright, here's the Goopy. It is just a hand made of mud. And it plays rock, paper, scissors. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. Tie, so he wins, so we do that again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Okay. This one. This one. This. This. And yes. And then he makes a staircase appear as our prize. And these people will be important later. This is the queen, and then she has guests here who are important. So, when we can get to the Starry Shrine, he will do something for us. And she won't talk to us, really, until we get to the Starry Shrine. For reasons. These people give you information about the Traveler's Gates. They'll tell you what monsters are in each one. So, Golem is weak to sleep spells. So if you can get an army ant, you can make the Golem fight much easier. Because they have an attack that puts things to sleep. Alright, this table. This one lets you talk to your monsters. And they'll say different things depending on their personality. And how wild they are. So, he's ordinary, he's spoiled, this one's whimsical. And personalities affect what they do in battle, and if I'm remembering correctly, it also affects stat growth, but it has been a long time. Alright, we're gonna do an arena fight. You cannot directly command your monsters during the arena fights. So you have to get them to where they will automatically do the things you want them to do, and then let them go. This is the only free fight. All the others cost money. You also don't get experience for the fights in the arena. I should also mention the enemy monsters MP is not infinite. They have set MP to use their skills. So they can use up all their MP and then not be able to do anything other than basic attacks. They can still try, but it will fail. Unlike in other games where the enemies have infinite MP for some reason. Now he uses zombies. Zombies have a ton of HP. That's what they do. They also usually get, like, poison moves. Another basic thing, every monster species gets 3 skills. 3. That they can learn. However, any skills learned by a monster can be learned by any of its descendants. So when you get to start breeding, you can pass down skills to the new baby monster. And the baby monsters' starting stats are equal to the combined total stats of the parent monsters divided by 4. So, 2 level 80 monsters would give birth to a monster with the stats of a level 20 at level 1. Different monsters have different max levels, which will be important later. And breeding monsters can increase the max level. Yeah. It gets fairly complicated, but fun. So we can now go to Villager and Talisman. Alright, Villager and Talisman. They are important. One of them will give us a golem, the other one will give us a dragon. Both are very useful. Now, important to note, starting now, there will be 2 Traveler's Gates to pick from. You only need to beat one of each pair to open up the next thing. But I recommend you do both. So, which one is which? Villager and Talisman. up is villager, down is talisman. So, dragon, golem. We're gonna go golem first. And hopefully we'll be able to get an army ant. Alright. We've got some meat in case we want to try to catch anything. That'll improve our chances a little bit. There is no definite way to get things. That is a mini dragon. I would like that to join. Alright, female mini drag. Yes, you are joining. Come on, you can come up with something better. That works. Yes, we'll be taking you. You're going to be replacing the anteater. So, dragons generally have high stat growth. They also generally have slow level growth. This one gets Sandstorm to start with, which reduces accuracy. Now, if we can get an anteater, or not anteater, army ant, that would also be good. Oh, and MP regenerates as you walk, so don't worry too much about using too much of it. HP, on the other hand, does not regenerate. Alright, we've got an army ant. Alright, and I want to see your information. Do you have... Yes, you do. So, we are going to send the dragon back to the farm, because situationally, it is better than the dragon right now. Because we're going to be fighting a boss that is weak to sleep. But generally, the dragon is going to be stronger than a bug. what is it? Bug monsters, like bird monsters, level up very quickly. They just generally don't have very good stat growth. But skills that you can learn are tied to both level and stat. So, to learn a skill, you might need level 19, and then an int of 30, and an agility of 50 to learn a specific skill. And it never tells you what those requirements are. You just figure it out when you level up. Alright, this is one of the few rooms you can save in. So I always take the advantage and save in it. And then if you talk to this guy, he fully heals you. Alright. And go ahead and save while we're fully healed. And down we go. Alright, that is the way down. And what is over here? Nothing. Nothing. Money or a tiny metal. One of the two. In both cases, it's worth it. Now, I would like to get a Goopy, but it is a lower priority, because we will be getting a Golem. I like my material monsters. Alright, the Goopy has run out of MP. We're going to give it a beef jerky. Now, it might join us, it might not. It did not. Alright. Now, in the second game, you can choose either Kobe or Terra's version, kind of like they did Red and Blue with Pokemon. And all it does is change what monsters appear and whether the protagonist is a boy or a girl. Anyway, in the second version, you play a Monster Master from Great Log. And your Traveler Skates are done using keys instead of portals on the ground. And later on, the main characters from this game show up. Also, our boy here, Harry, he's a villain. He's not the villain of this game, but if you ever read the Dragon Quest comics, he's a villain. He goes full Demon Lord later on. Not in this game. But yes, he goes full Demon Lord in the other parts of the Dragon Quest series, but not in his own game. Alright, Hale has learned to Upper. That increases defense. Alright, so this is the boss level. There's Warabu, trying to convince the Golem to join him. Golem says no. Warabu insists. Golem puts his foot down. Warabu blasts off again. What is... Shall not pass. He's protector of the village. I'm not allowed in the village. Oh no. Charge, charge, charge. One moment. Okay, we are good for now. $50 damage. Alright. Golem is asleep now. But our healer is down. Alright, we're going to use an herb. And I need a second to change. You're going to attack. Going to use an herb here. Critical hit, and we win. Now we get a golem. They're going to take you in place of the healer. Still can't enter the village because the village is an illusion. Yeah. Yeah. I have played this game far too much. Still fun, though. Alright. We can now use the vault and the library. And he's gonna heal us. And give us an herb. Alright. So, we're gonna go take a look at the library. This is the library. You talk to this guy. He is basically the Pokedex. Or your monster dex, whatever. He lists out every monster you've ever obtained. And some information on it. So this is a slime. Slimes can learn these 3 spells. Fireball, Mega Magic, and Radiant. However, it does not tell you the requirements for these spells. A regular base level slime cannot learn Mega Magic, because the level you learn Mega Magic at is 2 levels higher than their max level. So you have to breed your slimes to be able to learn Mega Magic. Yeah. Fun little bit of information there. Mega Magic is a big ol' magical nuke that uses all of your MP. And the more MP it uses, the more damage it does. Healer, the Healer Slime, learns Upper, Heal, and Heal Us. We've already learned Heal and Upper. Heal Us is a group healing spell. There's also a higher level version of it called Heal Us All, and it's just heal the entire group up to max HP, regardless of how low they are. And then if you look at the mini Drac, they get Sandstorm, which we already have, Ramming, which is like a headbutt thing, and Call Help, which there's a couple spells like that that are very useful. I should also mention there is a difference between a spell, a skill, and a breath attack in the Dragon Quest games. So things that stop spells will not stop breath attacks. Things that stop breath attacks will not stop skills. Yeah. Look at our material monsters. It'd just be the golem. And if you look up top, it tells you how to breed to get it. That is just one way. But he gets Charge Up, which increases his attack by charging up for a turn. Psych Up, which, if I'm remembering correctly, increases crit. And then Strong D, which is defense. And this question mark here, this is the boss family. There are specific monsters that are just, this is a boss regardless of what it is. It is like boss monsters from the other Dragon Quest games. Like Pizarro, Estark would be in here. These are like veiled breeding suggestions. So this is saying get a bug type monster and flame phoenix. We'll make something nice. Gate to the Evil Lord. No. That's a separate thing. Thickest Blood brings the King of Beasts. So that is telling you how to get King Leo. So to get King Leo, you take 2 wild apes, breed them together. Oh, you get a trumpeter. Take 2 trumpeters, breed them together, and so on. It gets weird. Alright, we've got 7 monsters so far. Still a beginner. If you get enough monsters, you get to go into the secret room behind there. This is the bank. You can store things here. There's not a lot you would want to store other than, say, stat boosting seeds, that kind of thing, that you don't want to use immediately. And this is the Metal Master. He looks familiar, doesn't he? He almost called us Master Terry. He's the metal man. Collects tiny metals. He is definitely not the king. Definitely not. Why would you say that? He's certainly still not wearing his crown, is he? Alright, I brought him 2 medals. When I get 13, he will give me a really nice bird monster with lightning powers. Gonna look here. Oh, a tiny medal. I'll turn that in a second. We're gonna go back up to the farm. So I can swap out the army ant for the mini drac. Now, monsters that stay. There's a sky dragon. You wait under it, something good will happen. Okay. We're going to do that in a second. We're going to drop off our army ant. And then we're going to pick up... not you, not you, not you, you. So, monsters that you leave in here will continue to get more wild the longer you leave them in here. So when you try to pick them back up, they might not listen to you when you fight. Yeah, this guy goes and fishes off the side of the top of a tree, and then he occasionally has stuff for you. Alright, so there's the sky dragon. I'm gonna stand here. Whack. We got a sky dragon egg. We're gonna leave it in the farm. That will be useful later. There's this guy. He's a Mad Knight. He's trying to get to the Lips monster. There's a Traveler's Gate over there too, but that's important later. Alright. We're going to save here. And I will be right back. Alright, I am back. I have gotten water. Skittles. Now, we could go and do the next tournament, but I always prefer to do both of the Traveler Skates before doing that. Oh! Okay, whenever you see these, pick them up. That is the, stat boosting items. So, this one will increase max HP by 5. If you press select in this menu, it organizes everything by item. I've got a bunch of herbs I need to use. Go hoppers. Now, I do believe Monster Masters can start showing up now. And it's usually worth it to fight them. Usually. I wouldn't recommend it if you're low health, because they're usually several stages harder than the regular monsters in an area. Delete that. That. Jerky. Another herb. What's this? Jerky. Okay. So we got some good... Ooh, a picky. Yes, please. These are useful if you can get them. It's a big old angry pigeon. Over here. Items do say consistent when you move away from a screen. That is an issue in some of the later, some other games. In 2, if you see a Monster Master spawn and then take a step away to another screen, they despawn. Alright, gremlins. They are one of the lower level demon monsters. Demon monsters are usually really good at magic. Which is why this one's being an issue. So I'm gonna give it a rib. Or no, beef jerky. Yeah. And if it joins, it joins. They are usually good to keep around. Alright, you will join. Bart, eat my shorts. Alright. So you see its int is a lot higher. And it knows Fireball and Heal. Instantly makes it more useful than this guy. Yeah, all of the levels in here are randomly generated, except for very specific ones. And you will know when you get to those. Alright. So, you hear the music change. That means this is the last level before the boss. Yes, that is an evil stump. Yeah, the sprite art in the second game looks a lot better. And the first and second games use the old monster names that were basically done because they couldn't fit the actual names in due to character limits. And these are the ones I'm used to. The newer Dark Prince game uses the new monster names. Pillow Rat. And the newer monster names tend to be more puns. So, yeah. Yeah, so Golem already has all 3 of its moves. That one doesn't even use MP. It just takes a turn. And this one makes you move last, but does a bunch of damage. Alright. So if you've played Dragon Quest or Dragon Warrior 1, you will recognize this room. Because, yeah. This is one of the first things you do in that game. Rescue the princess from the dragon, and then you gotta carry her back. But since you're a little kid, you can't carry her. Yeah. So this is the princess from the first game. And we cannot save here. Hello, Dran. Time to fight. You charge, you cautious, defend and heal. All right, Dragon is down. Dragon is looking at us. Dragon wants to join. Come on, Dran. Yeah, we're gonna take you. We're gonna leave the gremlin. And now we have a big old dragon and golem. Yeah, there's a Mad Mirror that takes your shape, says a bad pun, and then runs away. And he changes what he says as you progress through the story. Alright, we are going to save here. Alright, we are going to register for F class. You can skip, I don't recommend it. Every time you beat certain classes, there's a chance to, well, you'll see. You have an opportunity that can be missed after each class of tournament. Oh no. We need to take out the bunny. Quickly. We did not take out the bunny. Alright, we are down to 2 monsters. We might lose. Oh no. Confusion. We're down to Golem. And I can't use items. Nope, we lost. Alright. We're gonna go grind some. So the guy we just fought, he is this guy. He's down here. Here we go. Slimes easily increase agility. Strong resistance to support spells like slow. Devils and dragons are resistant to fire. Yeah, the kingdoms in this world are all tied to trees. And when the tree dies, the kingdom dies. Da-da-da. What would be good? Talisman Gate. There's some good stuff there. And we might get a Goopy. An agility seed. Make monster fast, always good. Going to delete the herb. Pick that up and immediately use it. Who do we want? 15, 20, 13. Cover our weakness. There we go. Could go down, but we're actually here to grind, so, yeah. Caught them off guard, so we get an extra turn against them. I would like the spooky, but it'll probably die quick. Well, goody. Give that beef jerky. And if I get it, that'll help me start getting undead monsters. But nope. Oh well. Cannot carry anymore. Keep going. Just a regular herb. What about this? Pork chop. Definitely worth dropping something. Eventually, you're not going to be dropping stuff for anything less than a rib. But, yeah. Alright. Haha, it's out of MP. That's also out of MP. They just wasted their turns. Nice. Alright, we're gonna stay on this last level for a bit. Pork chop, definitely want. Another pork chop. Da-da-da. Okay, so this will have like 4 spaces inside. Alright, so that's our exit. We're going to ignore that for now, and we're going to do the loop. Oh my. Yeah, some of these maps get fairly massive later on, but most of them aren't particularly large. Yeah. Da-da-da. Monsters in the farm do receive a small amount of experience. I think it's either half or a quarter of what you actually get for your main party gets sent to the farm. Yeah, again, it's been a while. It is a 27-year-old game. Wildness is going down. I could clear this up real quick with the meat treats, but there's a faster way, and that is breeding the monsters. Which we'll explain more when we actually get to be able to do that. Yeah, the Traveler's Gate, you go in, you start out, they only take like 4 levels through each one, then it goes up to like 5 and 7 and 10, and eventually gets to 20, 40, 99, whatever. Yeah. And the levels themselves are randomly generated with a few exceptions of set stage levels. Like there's some levels that are just slide puzzles and other levels that are, oh, here's a monster tournament that you have to do now. Or the healing room that you saw earlier. And a casino, I think. Alright, we're gonna go back to town. You cannot refight the bosses. Once you beat them, they are gone. He's gonna try to give us an herb. Save, real quick. And I'm going to leave it on this screen for a second. I will be right back. There we go. What do I want to do now? We got some metals to turn in. I'm gonna go. Six wildness left. One wildness left. Alright. Now, we do want to get some monsters up to level 10 fairly quick. We need to turn in the metals first. Go ahead and do that, because otherwise they are just clogging up my inventory. There is no reason to hold on to them as long as you can get them to him. There is no reason to ever not turn them in. Nothing new's open yet because I need to do a tournament. We'll go this one. Now, once we get 200 monies, there's an item we can buy that makes navigating things a lot easier. Doesn't tell you exactly where things are, like a map herb would. That's a thing. But it does generally point you in the right direction. This makes me wonder what's in that room down there. Probably nothing. Yep. Okay. So it's just money. And or a tiny metal. Money. And down we go. Alright, this is a monster tamer, or foreign monster map. Let me make sure my items are, how many empty spaces do I have? Let's get rid of that, and I'll make sure I use some herbs while we're fighting. So if you beat them, they sometimes give you stuff. And, most importantly, while you are fighting them, you do have a chance to catch one of their monsters. So unlike in Pokemon, where you can't catch from trainers, you can certainly catch from the foreign monster masters. It is a lot more difficult than a wild one, but it is worth wasting a rib here. Because any one of these three is good. Alright, we might get the Shadow. Which is a fairly good early on material monster. We won't know if we get it until everybody finishes leveling up. We did not get it. Oh well. We got a Warp Wing, which takes us directly back to town, and a World Leaf, which is a resurrection item. They're also super expensive, so you can sell them to the stores for a lot of money. I'm just going to deposit it in the bank because we'll probably not be using it for anything anytime soon. Wait, there's a room over here. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Alright, and down we go. Money. Derbs. Can't carry anything else right now. Yeah, we still can't help her, so. She's waiting for the hero of Dragon Warrior Monster. Or not Dragon Warrior. Dragon Warrior 1. So, the first Dragon Quest game. The main line, not the Monster series. Okay. So we are going to go to the bank. we're going to put an item, this world leaf, away. And we're going to keep the warp wing. We are going to put 100 gold away. Because you lose money when you die. Stuff he sells that's nice. This guy over here won't sell us anything yet, because he's an elitist, annoying, you're too weak to shop here guy. He'll eventually sell to us. Alright, so we can try this tournament again. Yeah, so the spot slimes get a move that lets them counterattack. And they're fairly easy to get. It's just a slime and a beast monster. Unless you go for the specific one that gives you a fang slime instead. The new Dragon Quest monster game, the Dark Prince, you heal between matches. So it, you know, incentivizes you to play very aggressively in the new one. Because it puts a turn limit on matches and then heals you between, so you have less incentive to heal. Yeah. Whereas this one, there are no turn limit. You could be here for hours in one fight. That is an entirely possible thing. Not likely, but it is possible. So, Fire Air is a breath attack. Fireball is a spell. And then Fire Slash is a skill. They all do fire damage, but one's a physical attack, one's a breath attack, and one's a spell, and they're all stopped by different things. Alright, we've beaten F-Class. We can go to the next Traveler's Gate, and then I think if we beat one of those... Aha, we can get down here. Alright, this is the shrine. The shrine, we will be spending a ton of time in. This is where you breed your monsters, make them stronger. The absolute minimum is you need level 10 monsters. When you do breed monsters, the monsters you use as parents are released into the wild, and you get the egg. The stats of the egg are add the monster's parents together, divide by 4, and then their growth is determined by their species and the number of pluses behind their name, which is based on how many generations they've been bred for. And then there's this guy. I think guy. I'm not sure. The bard's gender is never stated. What's your name? Kata. Okay. This one's an egg consultant. They'll tell you about the monsters in your eggs, and they can do a thingy to change the egg before it hatches from male to female, female to male, whichever one you need. So if we evaluate the Sky Dragon egg for 20 gold, gonna grow fast, so it's not gonna take a ton of experience to level. It's gonna have high int, and it's a girl. So that's good. Okay. So we're gonna talk to him. Yeah, later on in the series, they change, when they start the Joker series, Dragon Quest Monster Joker series, and the new Dragon Quest Monsters 3 Dark Prince, they change the monster breeding to monster fusion. So, the monster fusion doesn't take gender into account. But this one does, And it also takes into account the pedigree of the monster. So, like, putting slime first and then the bird will get you one thing. Putting the bird first and then the slime gets a different thing. If we go to hatch, we can look at the Sky Dragon. And it costs 10 gold to hatch an egg. But we're not going to do that right now. We're going to go up this. All right. So now we can go to this room. But before we do this, memories and bewilder. Bewilder, left is memory. All right. We're going to go to the Colosseum because they tell us what's in there. Yeah, Dark Prince is good. It's a bit short-ish, and there's no real endgame after you get to the end, but it's good. Talk to him. Alright. What do we got here? No. No. What about you? One of these should be available now. Yeah. They're harder. I did Dark Prince on stream a while ago. Alright, she wants a wing slime. That is a slime and a bird. But we need to get a level 10 slime first. And I'd also prefer it not be Slib. You know, the starter slime. So we are going to go through... I went to the arena to talk to the two guys that tell you what's in the gates, and then ended up not talking to them. Okay. These two. So, Gate of Bewilder. Mini Drax. big roosts, which are big old chickens, evil seeds, demonites, spot slimes, and horks, which are zombies. And stuff there causes paralysis. Oh, and it's face tree. Okay, yeah. Okay, you. Gate of Memories. Goopies, pillar rats, dragon kids, caterpillars, pickies, fairy dracs, spot slimes, but rarely. And it should be Mad Cat, yeah. So spot slimes in either one. Yeah. I think my main problem with Dark Prince is that I probably overbred everything. Over synth. I made my monsters too strong. So, yeah. So either one is good. We're gonna go to Bewilder first. Options, journal, save. Yes. This is the one that has face tree in it. I mean, I had an Ogre Demir, like, as soon as I hit the middle echelon. Or, not Ogre Demir, Mordegon, Lord of Shadows. So, goals for this dungeon. Catch a spot slime. Maybe 2. I've already got a mini drac. And then beat face tree. Inventory's full. Alright, we're gonna go down a level. Alright. That's our exit for the next level. We're gonna ignore it for now. Spot slime. Take the pork chop. There is no way to guarantee something joins you in this one. Scouting does not exist until Joker. Your best bet is give them meat treats, and it raises the chance they'll join you at the end of the fight. Also, only the last monster you kill will join you. Alright, we're gonna send you to the farm. So that's one goal met. And this is a feed. They are the Dragon Quest equivalent of like the protein, carbos, all that from Pokemon. They are permanent stat boosts. The one I picked up is a Life Acorn. It's permanent HP. This guy is a foreign monster master, specifically a priest, and if you beat him, he heals you. And unlike in Pokemon, you can catch the monsters of other trainers. Including other players, for when people did the link cable stuff with us. You could put up monsters as a prize for whoever wins. Yes, the priest has an archdemon. Not sure what he's a priest of. If it survives this turn, I'll send it. Nope. Okay. Well. I was gonna give it treats, see if it would join. If we can find a bard, they will permanently boost the lowest stat of all your monsters. Okay. So these rooms. This one is probably going to be all treasures. However, later on, these will have mimics in them. Because of course they will. I'm going to see if there's anything good before I start clearing out my inventory to grab this stuff. Okay, that's worth it. That one's not. And then this one is antidote. So just the rib. And maybe the awake sand. Alright, we're gonna save again. Because why not? Down we go. Rib. Bit of a beef jerky. Pork chop. Pork chop. Yep, that is an evil seed. Exactly what it says. Seed, it is evil. Alright, music has changed. This is the last level before the boss. And down we go. Now, I don't have any laurel, so if it does curse me, we're doomed. You can fight all the little ones. And this is a recurring theme in this. You can fight all the little ones in a later level that are just hatching from eggs that are tiny dragons. Alright, our dragon is level 10. Oh yeah. Fire Air just became Blaze Air, which is just the upgraded version of Fire Air. So, some of the skills that you get will just upgrade into better versions of themselves when certain conditions are met. Fire Attack, for instance, if you have enough agility, will upgrade into quad hits. It'll go from being able to hit twice to being able to hit 4 times. and it is one of the best physical attacks in the game. Because, for some reason, it was coded so that each individual hit has a chance to crit, but if the first one crits, they all do. So that's fun. So you either get up to 3 crits or 4. Yeah. It's a whole thing. Alright. Base tree. He's weak to fire. 2 of my monsters can do fire. So, this shouldn't be too difficult, unless he curses me. That only affects Slib. Curses. The curse will randomly do things. Take HP, take MP, make you not be able to attack, that kind of thing. It's like a random debuff every turn. Alright. We won. It's joining us. We're going to take a look at its info. It's already learned all 3 of its moves. Send it back to the farm. The king wants us to curse his rival. We're going to check back here. Not what I wanted to do, but okay. We're going up here. Just to be sure. Did you... Yep. Now, is anyone in here? Okay. So they won't start doing anything until the next tournament. I have to beat him in E-Class before he'll do anything. If I remember correctly, he has an Iceman? Which could lead you to do a couple of very good things early on if you have the right monsters for it. Alright. So, we have some choices. None of the female monsters are high enough level yet. Okay, I guess we are going to go up to the farm then. Alright, what do we want? We want a... Alright, we're gonna go to this one. Fight the Mad Cat. Huh. Cat is flipped over on her back, paws in front of her, looking at me as if she has seen the horrors. So our bug is now high enough level to use for breeding. But is bug. So Alright, this one's a pillow rat, which is a beast. It's sidestep, which lets it dodge faster. I'm gonna send you to the farm. And now we've got a dragon kid, which is separate from a mini track. And a goopy, which is just a hand made of mud. Okay. Got an item shop. Let's see if we got anything to sell. How many herbs do we have? We have 5. Golem is at 95 int. So whatever it ends up breeding with is going to learn skills really quickly. Do-do-do. All right, Mad Cat. This shouldn't take too long. I like to leave the boss names as they were. This one's thing is it's very fast. And it's already learned all its skills. Send it to the farm. Alright, we have reached the point in the game where it is time to breed the monsters so you get the much more powerful versions of the monsters. So you can then breed those monsters ad infinitum. Alright, who have we got? Female monster-wise. Looks like just the bug. And it's got fairly average stats across the board except low int. So let's see what we can do here. Bug and dragon? No. That'll help round up the int. And the MP. And there's not really much I can do with it. So weed bug that way. No. But if I go face tree first, and then bug, we get a Cactoball. So I gotta decide whether I want a Cactoball or a weed bug. I think weed bug is the better of the two. There's not much else I can do with Face Tree that I wouldn't be able to do easily slightly later. Alright, and that will get rid of our bug, Face Tree. Now, I am not going to hatch it immediately, no. We are going to go right outside here, and we're going to evaluate the egg. Very healthy, so it's going to have high HP. It's going to have good stat growth. It's a boy. But we can fix that. We don't have enough money to fix that. I need 40 money. Goodbye, one of my 4 pork chops. And all of my beef jerkies. Okay, are we back? Hello? Yeah. Okay. Oh boy. That is the second disconnection issue we've had today. Because I played some Digimon earlier and disconnected during that. We are going to hatch our weed bug. Hello. Alright, we have a weed bug now. Alright. Weed bug. And we're going to go to the library and see what moves it learns. Bug family. Weed bug. Rob magic, barrier, and magic wall. So it's very defensive based and has MP drain. But it will also learn nap attack because of its parent was the army ant. And then the other one that it's going to learn skills from is Face Tree, and it'll get these. Stop Spell, Curse, and Odd Dance. So it's going to get some good moves. Yeah, is everything going up right? Because, disconnected there for a bit. Oh, a staff. Wind staff. Stabs are pretty much the only way you can attack yourself. As in, you, not your monsters. I don't remember whether or not they kept these in 3. They might have. I don't remember using them in 3. But, use the staff, and it does an attack, and then eventually the staff breaks. Some of them can be used more than once, some of them can only be used once. Two wind staves. Alright, that's an awake sand. Now, dragon kids are useful if it'll join. Yes. Let's not name you Puke. Lulu works. And we want to take a look at your stats. Level 6, pretty high agility, super low int. Sleep air and dodge. It doesn't even have the fire move yet. But okay. You're gonna go to the farm. Yeah. The mole hole was very useful in 3. There is nothing like that in 1 or 2. I think there was something like that in Joker, but I don't remember. This should be, I think, 4 screens. Leaf. Nothing. Okay. Yeah, I spent a whole lot of time in the mole hole looking for medleys because I was, using them to use other monsters. Alright. We got Rob magic now, which lets us drain the MP out of other monsters. Which is actually useful in this because enemy monsters do not have unlimited MP. They will run out, and they will fail their skills because they ran out of MP. If I can get more spot slimes, those are always good. Alright, we got nap attack now. We can put monsters to sleep. And then while they're asleep, we can put them to sleep. The long kind, not the... Oh, wizard. We must fight the wizard. Hello, wizard. Fight me. And have a rib. And it didn't join. And he warps us to the next level. Yeah, the wizards basically negate the need to find the hole. And we're still cursed. So I may just want to rush to the end and get out of here so I can get rid of that. Because curse is awful. It is a random bad effect every turn in battle. So it could be, hey, lose half your health, go to 0 MP, just have lower defense, not be able to attack, just random. You can cure it with a laurel. Defense seed. Rib. So, who do we want to use our defense seed on? I'm always of the, you know, fix your weaknesses first. So we'll use it on that. And then 78, 79. You're going to have a lot of HP. So I guess we'll use it on the dragon. Life Acorn on the dragon. Okay. Curse is cast. Can't move. Yeah. As long as the curse is still there, they will randomly receive a negative effect. It's got a chance to do it every time their turn comes up, but it doesn't always trigger. It's just always bad. Beef jerky. Alright. Back to town. Yep. Now, if you'll notice, this monster, basically a regular monster, these two were bosses that joined us. This one's got better all-round stats. These have got, you know, a couple of standouts, but yeah. Is always beneficial to breed your monsters. You get a bigger benefit breeding high-level stuff, but you're never going to lose out, really. Alright, what have we got as options? We have Bird. Do we have a level 10 male slime? No. Other than... we can do... this. I think this is our only other option. What will that make? Bullbird. Let's not. And then the other way is a catfly. Let's not. What are you doing, Mosby? Okay. Okay. Cat wanted attention. She got attention. Was I carrying any tiny metals? We will find out. Now, I could go and fight another tournament. And that would open up the next door. But, you know, next tournament also means stronger monsters. So I'm not sure I'm ready for them. Money, money. Either one of these join, it's good. Goopy because material monsters are great. Caterpillar because, you know, filling out the library. It also gets some good, like, support moves, so it's good as fodder for breeding. Let's not name it that. Sure. Yeah. You get rewarded when you have 100 types, and then again at 200 types of monsters. And filling out the library does get much harder later on. Because you have to be very specific on what you're breeding. Some of it requires monsters you only get one of. Alright, nothing too interesting here. On to the next one. Rib. That goes down a level. What do we got over here? Nothing. Yeah. And Molehole wasn't added until much later in the series. They added something like it in Joker, but the first couple of games, nope. You get what you get. Molehole is a good change. Did enjoy that. It made farming for synthesis so much easier. Yes, that is a pigeon and a fairy rat. The fairy rat is, in fact, a combination of a bee and a mouse that uses its ears as wings. What are you doing, little girl? You want more attention? Yeah. She's flopping herself into my side. See here. Pork chop. Alright, it's really fast. Oh, it gets Smash Lime. That is a anti-family move. There's a couple of those. This one, in particular, does more damage against slime monsters. There's another one called Devil Cut that does exactly what it says. What you doing, girl? Jeez. Okay. But yeah, Smash Slime does good against slime monsters. Devil Cut does good against devil monsters. There's Metal Slash, Dragon Slash. Whole bunch of them. Yep. Okay. Do I want to do the whole circuit around it, Or do I want to just go through the... Let's just go through the gate. And now she's chewing on my shoes. Uh-huh. That's my hand. I need that. So. Save. And we're gonna try E-Class. If we can beat this, great. If not, oh well. Because beating this opens up a bunch of stuff. Not the poison. That's the first match. Not poisoned anymore. I don't think any of them use spells. So that was worthless. And that Drac Slime used an ability that stops breath attacks. Third match. If we beat this guy, we'll be able to do a couple of extra things. He's got 2 very fast slime monsters, and then an Armorpede. We might lose. and again. Well, that's one party member down. We might do enough damage to be able to win. Okay. That was... We won, but it was, relatively close. So we can go to Peace and Bravery now. So the first thing we can do is go through here. And now he wants to breed his Iceman with one of our monsters. So the best idea to do that is preferably a bird. Unless you have a lava man, which would be much harder to get at this point. Alright, so we'll have to go to the farm to check that. And then, that's not all. Alright, this one's gonna breed a catfly, which is a beast monster. What do we want to put with that? I think we'll just breed the Mad Cat with it so it stays a Mad Cat, but just gets stronger. So every time you beat a tournament from this point on, you'll have opportunities to breed with a couple of other monster tamers. And she still wants a wing slime. So now we're going to go to the egg evaluate after we talk to these two. Gate of Peace. Big Roost, Spot Slimes, Coil Birds, Dragon Kids, Crespants, Orcs, Bullbird, Poison Hit, Fang Slime. Bravery, Demonites, Plants and Demons. And a Big Eye. Alright, egg evaluate first. So we got 2 eggs to check on. So, we did the bird and the Iceman, and that gets a Blizzardy. Which is very useful for several things. And the Mad Cat is just a Mad Cat. It's gonna have a lot of HP and attack. Okay. Eggs out of there. And then we can hatch. We want to hatch the Blizzardy. Yes. What you doing, girl? Sure. Alright, and we're going to send Dragon to the farm. Oh, no. Hatch. And we want the Mad Cat. We'll get the Sky Dragon eventually, but... And we're gonna name this one... There we go. Take it with. And goodbye, Golem. Go to the farm. Now. This team will very quickly become a lot stronger than what we had before. Because they will inherit all the skills their parents had. And they also have better stat growth and better starting stats. we can go to this room now. All right. We back? Moderately annoying. Frigid air is good. It is the ice equivalent of fire air. Ocean. Da-da-da. Leg sweep is good. Doesn't do any damage. Wait. Potion. Potion is an MP restoring item. Ice Bolt, Rob Magic. $50 monies. 45 monies. 40 monies. Nothing. Okay. So it's one of those levels. Alright. Gonna be two big C shapes around a square. Now we have the upgraded version of Frigidaire. Zombie. Must have zombie. Either one of these is good, but... oh well. Oh goody! Poison. You step on those, it damages you. I may have to step on them eventually. the poison swamp is not as bad as the barrier tiles, because the barrier tiles do about 10 times as much damage. Zombie, pork, poison gas, lush licks. Those are good moves. Go to the farm. Alright, we are at the casino where Fang Slime is. Alright, we got a bunch of monster gold. He wants our monster gold. He gets Call Health, which calls random monsters to attack us. He also gets War Cry, causes you to flinch and not be able to move for a turn. Yeah, that can keep going for like 5-6 attacks. Alright, we beat him. And he joins us. And he starts out at level 20. Thank you for the lurk. Alright. I think I might end it here. But I will probably do this again. I actually really do like Dragon Quest Monsters. It is one of my favorite games. So, everybody have a nice night. Good day. Happy time zone. Whichever. Have a nice night, everybody.